Something that I wanted to talk about that I think a lot of us sometimes forget, perhaps even I forget it sometimes, is that politicians actually aren't independent. A lot of us talk about something that I wanted to talk about that I think a lot of us sometimes forget, perhaps even I forget it sometimes, is that politicians actually aren't independent. A lot of us talk about politicians as if they are these autonomous people who are just like sort of implementing their own like personal agenda, what they themselves truly believe. And this simply is not even remotely the case, okay? Not even close. To me, it's very annoying when people talk about, for example, like AOC is a great example of this. AOC has people who will defend her to the fucking death and people who will attack her, and they argue about her while just forgetting that ultimately you're not really arguing about AOC, you're arguing about a member of the Democratic Party who is carefully managed by a team of dozens upon dozens of people, strategists, advisors, whatever, you name it. She is a part of a group consensus process in the Democratic Party as to what someone in her role should support. It comes through her in the role of like a figurehead or spokesperson role. She's not someone who is independent, who is telling you genuinely what she herself believes. She is a political tool for people who are part of a system that has much wider goals. If you don't grasp this, then what happened with Zoran Mamdani in New York City keeps happening, right? Think of Zoran Mamdani. Who was Zoran Mamdani before he was Zoran Mamdani, the mayoral candidate? Well, he was someone who was like a pro-Palestine activist. Then he became a city councilman, and he started regulating his rhetoric a little bit, right? He started denouncing anti-Semitism all the time. He denounced October 7th, stuff like that. But when he was a councilman, he didn't really have to compromise that much. He could still be somewhat pro-Palestine. Then Zoran Mamdani wins the primary, the Democratic Party primary, to become the mayor of New York, and his pro-Palestine activism suddenly disappears. Then he actually wins the mayorship, and it's just totally gone now. And he's like denouncing vile anti-Semitic attacks on the other side of the world every 2 days. And he's going to the tomb of the Chabad Messiah to pray, you know, the Zionist genocidal Chabad Messiah to pray. Why did this happen? Zoran Mamdani was a real anti-Zionist 10, 15 years ago. Then he was still like a fairly radical liberal Zionist when he was a councilman. But now he's just like a full-on liberal Zionist in action and effect. What happened? How did this happen? Because Zoran Mamdani isn't Zoran Mamdani, okay? Zoran Mamdani is Zoran Mamdani's 20 advisors in contact with the DNC. That is what Zoran Mamdani is. Zoran Mamdani is as much of a figurehead as Obama was. Just not in as important of a role. The ones you need to be more careful of are the ones like Zoran Mamdani. The ones who know how to regulate their speech, who know how to not accidentally say something in the wrong way, who know how to play both sides when they're actually doing nothing for one side. Those are the sorts of people you need to be the most scared of. Because he fooled most of you. He got most of you. You know, if you're in New York, he might give you a government-owned grocery store. He might fix some potholes. He might talk about, weirdly, for a socialist, how he has, fixed the deficit in New York, which, by the way, he did by basically indebting New York for a very long time. But, like, socialists don't give a fucking shit about government deficits. Give me a fucking break. Like, Zoran Mamdani governs like a neoliberal. Zoran Mamdani governs like a more modern neoliberal. Zoran Mamdani's politics for New York City are functionally the same as the Labour Party under Tony Blair. Watch my video on neoliberalism for more information. But, even aside from that, I'm mostly talking about imperialism here, right? Like, why is it that, for example, basically like every single one of these Democratic Party entryist candidates who have been getting wide support by purported anti-Zionists over the last couple of months, all of them denounce October 7th loudly. They don't just say nothing about it, they denounce it. All of them talk about like how much they care about Jewish people and all this sort of thing all the time. All of them talk about like how we need to like do good things for Israelis and Palestinians. How I care about all people, not just Israelis. The reason for that is because these people are more than just themselves. I can tell you right now, Zoran Mamdani, deep down, feels guilt. He feels guilty as fuck about who he is now. He doesn't like who he is now, but he does it anyway. He hates himself. Every single day when he goes on stage and he has to denounce anti-Semitism, when he knows fully well, because he was in the movement for a long time, why he has to do that. Why they get him dancing for them in this way. He feels horrible. He knows what he's doing. He knows precisely what he's doing. And that makes it even worse. The rest of them know what they're doing as well. The rest of them, when they're told what to say by their 20 advisors, they know what they're doing. And that makes it even worse. So look, I want to instill in all of you, politicians are not independent. You can look at a politician's past, before they were a politician, to glean something about their own personal views, but that is never, ever going to reflect precisely what they advocate for when they are in office. Unless they're surrounded by people like them, which in the Democratic Party no one is ever going to be, they are never going to uphold what they previously believed. It doesn't matter what AOC herself believes behind the scenes. What matters is what she does in practice. And that's not even her doing. It's the doing of an entire team and like a myriad of connections that they have with other power players. When I talk about AOC, I talk about AOC, the political machine, and it's how everyone else should be talking about it as well. It's how you should be talking about any politician. These people are not independent. Change your conception of them. They do what they do based on a group consensus of a group that you're not a part of. That you have no say in. It really is that simple.
僕と内緒話したいの？
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。
安全距離確認。630。
くらえ。
採血
全力攻撃だ。
の記録し見定めよ。
防衛モード吸引テスト開始。今宵月をささ
みんながそばに。
知れ。終わりだ。真意を知りたくば受けてみる。
6308。
採血の時。
燃えろ。全力攻。
記録し見定めよ。
安全距離
知れ。終わりだ。真意を知りたくば受けてみる。思考をよれ。
掃除対象。
みんながそばにいて。
記録し見定めよ。
流れ
知れ。終わりだ。真意を知りたくば受けてみる。採血の
防衛モード姿を見せよ。
記録し見定めよ。
交渉は終わりです。絶縁書吸引テスト開始。
排除
真実は来る。夜の権限。
知れ。終わりだ。 真意を知りたくば受けている。
断罪の名においては
排除せねば記録し見定め
黒き翼よ昼夜を切り裂け移して
し終わりだ。
違法行為はしないように。他に何か言ってるなあ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。執務室でペットを飼おうと考えたことがあったけど、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて、犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
星とし無事キョンこの童貞童貞に
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？
机から離れるとホッとするな。どっかで昼寝でもするか。
And I'ma just bluntly break a rule and name a few names. Is that a lot of the times when you first are hearing us talk, the people at the front of our mind that we're trying to address are online, very online leftists. But then there's like, does that critique make sense if you look at it, if you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say Bad Empanada. I'm gonna say watches Cavernacle. And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed specifically with Bad Empanada, I'm not gonna put this on Cavernacle too tough. That they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Cavernacle's Twitter feeds because there's like a congealment of this energy.
More traditional fascists still hate Jewish people more than any other group. And in that, you're having a lot of social media creators incentivized by the profit motive of Elon Musk's Twitter, and also trying to infiltrate and weasel their way into pro-Palestinian movements by tweeting a lot of stuff you'd see on many other accounts, but they'd also mix it in with lots of anti-Semitism that has absolutely nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. And it's really two things, right? A lot of these accounts are anti-Semitic, but they're also grifters trying to make money off this situation right now. The people who've changed the conversation are left-wing anti-Zionists and Muslim populations in the West. It's not crazy, unhinged conspiracy theorists and fascists. They are not our allies, and they have trying to make money off this situation right now. The people who've changed the conversation are left-wing anti-Zionists and Muslim populations in the West. It's not crazy, unhinged conspiracy theorists and fascists. They are not our allies, and they have done little to change the conversation. These people are fringe, and you can tell who is an anti-Zionist because they are some sort of crazy conspiracy theorist or Nazi, and you can tell who has it out of either religious or moral principles, or for myself, a left-wing anti-Zionist opposition because of my opposition to settler colonialism. And yes, people like Professor Jang do not help this. Seducing people with anti-Zionist rhetoric and then telling them that Hitler wasn't actually so bad, like Professor Jang does, and I've proved in my videos, Do you think that's helpful to people? Of course it's not. You're literally using Israel to indoctrinate people into fascist rhetoric and fascist ideology. You're not indoctrinating them into something that is opposed to settler colonialism. You're actually rehabilitating the people who did settler colonialism before Israel was even created. When I was about 24 years old, a pro-Zionist alleged media monitoring organization contacted my boss trying to get me fired from my job because I wrote a pro-Zionist alleged media monitoring organization contacted my boss trying to get me fired from my job because I wrote an article about how Israel was blocking ventilators to treat COVID patients from getting into Gaza, and they said I was some sort of anti-Semite racist holding Israel to a double standard. On my YouTube channel in the same year, I started more making anti-Israel content, and I had been speaking about Israel since 2019, and since then, over the last 6 years, I've dedicated a lot of my channel to exposing things to do with Israel or its atrocities in Gaza, the West Bank, or its attacks on places like Iran, Syria, Lebanon, while talking about its influence on Western politics. Now, across the whole time of me covering Israel on my channel and dedicating so much of my channel to talking about Israel, there are two groups who've had a problem, and almost exclusively two groups who have had a problem with how I speak about Israel. Can you guess who they are? One of them is, of course, Zionists, who are always going to think I'm some sort of racist, but another group is American leftists, and it's almost exclusively American leftists. Like, I've never had British leftists call me an anti-Semite. I've never had Irish leftists call me an anti-Semite. And I've never had leftists from any other country but America suggest I'm either an anti-Semite or my content facilitates a community of Nazis. But that's what I want to talk about today. And I also want to use this opportunity to talk about tone policing, language policing, when it comes to the issue of Palestine, especially from people who don't even talk about Palestine. And today we're going to be talking about FD Signifier, not because he has had this recent drama with Bad Empanada, but I will touch on that. It's because he's also brought me into the conversation by suggesting that me and Bad Empanada, lumping us right in together, both are guilty of being careless when it comes to Palestine, and I myself have neo-Nazis in my online communities because of how careless I am about Palestine. And I actually recorded this video last night and I edited this video last night. This isn't the video you're watching though, because I decided that video wasn't helpful because I felt like it was way too much of a personal defense of my record on Palestine against these allegations I've had. And I felt like people in our leftist community, I think it would kind of more force them to like pick sides rather than focus on this issue more analytically, because that's what I want. Although people often accuse me of causing leftist drama, that's not what I want. My critique of other leftists on this platform, which I usually try and focus on something that represents something larger, I don't just do it for clicks and drama, and most of my content, despite what some people might say, has nothing to do with leftist drama, is more focused on anti-imperialism and anti-US content. Do you want to focus on a group I've been calling the Nebula Left? Creators who are on Nebula, who seem, at least in their public personas, to care far more about anti-Semitism than they do about being pro-Palestine, and who have utterly failed to use their platforms to advocate for Palestine, or say anything of significance, or say anything that changes the conversation at all. And in the world of people like FD Signifier who talk about people like me and Bad Empanada, again, we're very different creators, and I am going to talk about how I don't agree with a lot of what he says online. But what they're essentially doing is carrying water for Zionism and liberal Zionism by attacking people like us in terms of our speech around Israel, while they themselves stay quiet, because to them, it's more important to be careful about your language than advocate for Palestine. So I would ask people like FD Signifier, is the world you want, is it better for people to be more like yourself and not use their platforms to speak about Palestine because they're trying to be so careful about not being anti-Semitic? Or is it better to be someone like, even like Bad Empanada? Who do you think Palestinians would appreciate more? Do you think they'd appreciate you being careful, or people like Bad Empanada who will call out things like Jewish supremacy in Israel, like people like myself who will call out these things? And if that makes people uncomfortable, that is often a good thing. Do you know why? Because you're actually telling them something they haven't heard before. And sometimes the truth makes people uncomfortable, especially when you're talking to an American audience. And although I would disagree with me and Bad Empanada having many similarities in often how we present ourselves online, I will agree that being two people who aren't American, it seems to be the people who have the biggest problem, specifically with how we talk about Palestine, is American leftists who don't talk about Palestine. So I want to talk about all of that today, and I want to talk about this tone policing, because FD Signifier is not the only person to do it, but I also feel like it comes out of an ignorance of both anti-Semitism and Palestine, but also an ignorance of our content generally and refusing to actually engage with our arguments. FD Signifier's arguments against us using the terms like Jewish supremacy when it comes to like a Jewish supremacist state like Israel, but it feels weird that white people are saying this, right? It's a total nonsensical argument, and I also just find it extremely cowardly, because if this guy had issues with my content on Palestine, we're mutuals on everything, we've collabed in the past, and we've spoken in the past specifically about anti-Semitism. You can always just give me a message. Maybe I'm old school and think that like you shouldn't just randomly start associating people with neo-Nazis when you're talking about their coverage of Palestine without ever speaking to them first. I think it's just like a really shitty thing to do. And again, that's why I didn't upload the video I recorded last night, because I felt like it became too personal, and even the way I was talking about it, I feel like I got too personal in the other direction, and I don't want this to become drama, but I do generally think this is a shitty thing to do. I do think it's a cowardly thing to do, and although he might even think that his issue with me is purely based on the presentation and language, I actually think his issue with my content is more based on the substance and politics of it, rather than maybe I said Keir Starmer is a Mossad agent on Twitter one time. I want to just build up to get to the clip that I probably already showed you at the start. And I want to just talk about myself in terms of Palestine and the online left. Like I said, I've been making anti-Israel content on this channel since about 2020, consistently made this content and ramped it up more and more. But it's fair to say, I wasn't making this content because it was a popular thing to say. I wasn't making this content because it's some sort of pro-Palestine grift, as I've been accused of before. I was a very small channel when I made this content, but I've just been consistent, and maybe I'll show you some clips of me talking about it over the years, but yeah, I have been an outward anti-Zionist for a long time. You read about the interwar years between, I guess, the 1948 war and the 1967 war, and you read about the 1967 war, there is obviously so much to criticize Israel about. They're extremely provocative. In the early mid-60s, there's stories of them helping with, I guess, Jewish settlers pushing the Israeli borders. So what they'd often do is encourage these settlers to drive construction equipment over the border with Syria. The Syrians would then react in some way, and that would give Israel justification to bomb those Syrian positions, and then they would expand their territory even more. Hamas, which was an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, if you know anything about the Muslim Brotherhood, how they essentially work is as, you know, community groups. They help the poor, they set up kitchens, they help with workers' rights. Pretty good stuff in that regard, but their ideology is quite, you know, Islamic fundamentalist. They've been widely persecuted in Egypt, and of course they actually seized power after the revolution, only to be ousted again. And what actually happened is during the elections, and I think in 2004 or was it 2005, is that loads of Palestinians voted for Hamas as the leaders of, you know, the region in Gaza, because Hamas, with their community organizing and their militant stance, became to be seen by many Palestinians as the only people who would defend them. And lots of them became dissatisfied with the PLO and Fatah because they felt like they were selling them out to the West and to Israel, where it basically blames the Palestinians for their own oppression. And it talks about like Hamas, like they're holding Gaza hostage and Israel the ones to free them. No, Hamas have gained popularity because of the constant oppression of the Palestinians and the belief in many Palestinian circles in Gaza that the PLO had sold them out to the Israelis and the West, and attacking them more and brutalizing Palestinians more only adds to their support, including until today as well. And also we've seen this narrative about weapons and Hamas fighters hiding in plain sight, like in schools and hospitals. And of course, recently, the Associated Press building apparently had them hidden. It's just a convenient excuse Israel like to use to bomb Gaza positions and Gaza's infrastructure. So yes, I maybe am looking back at this controversy to inform you, especially in light of recent statements by the organization, that the ADL is bad. You shouldn't donate to them. Like, maybe it was good that PewDiePie didn't do it, although he doesn't mention his reasons. I hardly believe he didn't donate to them because of their activism against Palestinians. I am an anti-Zionist. I do not think Israel should exist. I don't agree with its right to exist. Israel, to me, is the same as South Africa. It's a settler, colonial, apartheid states, and that is pretty much all you have to tackle it from. It's apartheid, it's settler colonialism. And the one thing I want to say about this as well, throughout this whole period of me making these anti-Israel videos, basically no one on the left ever called me an anti-Semite or suggested that my content might be helping Nazis. I think that's two reasons for that. As much as I've made anti-Israel content, I've also made loads and loads of content exposing anti-Semitism, fighting against fascism, and calling out anti-Semitism in society that has become so normalized, especially how that is often wrapped up with anti-leftist narratives. I'm someone who's done both of those things, so I think it's very hard for a lot of people before to suggest I was some sort of radicalizer, and people, my audience, were becoming Nazis, or I was attracting Nazis or some shit like that. But then this has all changed in the last couple of years, where I have constantly faced smears of being an anti-Semite from other leftists. And I think it's two things. So October 7th made people face the reality of Israeli apartheid, but they're also being forced to face this reality, right? So you didn't come around to being pro-Palestine from like maybe your own personal political journey. You were forced to in this moment, but then you're being forced to by all these terrible images, and maybe your audience that you have as a leftist creator, they're all really pro-Palestinian and they want you to say something, but you don't really know much about this topic and you're coming at it from just being exposed to this, right? So that's absolutely fine, and that's happened to a lot of people. Noah Sampson said basically that was part of his political evolution.
Like I said, so many people like yourself just haven't made videos about Palestine. So then I'm interested, like, why, like, talk about maybe, if you want, like your upbringing and how you became like left, and then suddenly now you're like this massive like pro-Palestinian content creator. It's just like an interesting pivot, but also one you didn't actually have to even make, like if you were just focused on being like in some sort of e-celeb.
A cynical thing that often gets mentioned, like, oh, you didn't care about this before October 7th. And I'm kind of like, I mean, it's not that I didn't care, it's that this thing, like most people, was not even on their radar. And October 7th changed that. And that's part of, I think, I guess Israel's response to October 7th, right? Where when you see what's happening, I think for a lot of people, it's changed them forever and made them, once you built up an audience capture, as you mentioned, it's like, okay, well, do I want to talk about Palestine? I mean, I don't know what the click-through rate will be like on a video that's about something so serious, or I don't know. I could just do a Trump video and people that's relevant to the U.S. and it's closer, and most people don't have ties to Israel Palestine, so why does it really matter? And I don't know. I mean, to me that's like, I can't conceive of that as anything other than disgusting, given what I and a lot of people have been exposed to over the past 2 years, right? It's like I can no longer understand that, but you know, growing up, I wouldn't have had any real desire to talk about this because I wasn't that political, and I was kind of like, yeah, Obama seems cool, whatever.
And then look at all the good stuff he's done, look at all the good content he's done. So I'm not saying that you had to be pro-Palestinian before October 7th or your opinion doesn't matter, but I do think it plays a big role in it that so many people came to it through the genocide right now, and then they don't actually know much about what they're talking about, so they have the reactionary impulse. For example, FD Signifier said he didn't know much about it to Noah Sampson on the first stream he did. Also says he wasn't really paying attention after October 7th.
I learned a lot from your first, Ethan video, right? Like I'm sure a lot of people did. Like there was a lot of, that was a perfect use of the platform that was a perfect execution. You perfectly executed that maneuver. It's like, look, I know what people are going to click for, and I know what I want them to get. And so I know how to maneuver those two things in. And so like, I have not followed what's going on super closely. And I'm one of many people that really barely knew about, like, I knew enough about what was happening in Palestine to know who the good guys and the bad guys were, right? But like very little about the full like breadth of the problem, before October 7th. And since then I've learned a lot more, but even still, it's not become something that I'm following super closely. And so when you drop something like that and I catch all those updates and like these different things, I'm like, oh, this is actually an excellent piece of like media. This is an excellent piece of media as a weapon.
Fair to say that Palestine and Israel is a topic that FD Signifier is fairly ignorant on, right? And again, he hasn't used much of his platform to advocate for Palestine, or even, in my opinion, had done much to fight against anti-Semitism on his platform. But that's why it does feel bizarre to me personally, that he does feel emboldened to call people like me out, despite the fact that I've used my platform for both of those things far more than he has. And it's not a competition. People will take this wrong, and I can already see the comments. Oh, but that's just not what he talks about on his channel. That's absolutely fine. I'm not telling him to start doing this, but that's why you have to be more careful with your language, because you honestly have no leg to stand on. Like, if you're going to call me out for being careless, I could just say back to you, you're careless because through your language, you have liberal Zionists in your audience, or you haven't done enough to combat anti-Semitism because you never speak about it. I don't really want to play those games because I think they're stupid. That's why I would never say it in the first place. But also, coming from the point of view as a smaller creator who did feel responsible to use my platform to talk about these things, and also talk about it in a way like straight after October 7th that did make people uncomfortable, and I used that moment to really talk about these things very, very honestly, and that led me to calling out breadtube. I made this video essay where I talked about breadtubers who had been silent on Palestine, and this was part of a series of events that led ContraPoints to basically come out as some sort of liberal Zionist, which I speculate in the video was part of her silence on this stuff. But people took this video wrong, and this video actually made a lot of people really mad, and they basically thought it was some sort of drama video. But half of that video is spent of me analyzing the leftist space these people created on YouTube and how we've kind of moved past the need for them, because when something so terrible like their own government's taking part in a genocide and they all stay silent because they're too afraid to lose their audiences and stuff like that, we've moved past the need for creators like that. But again, people took it really bad, and you might remember there was that YouTuber Trash Discourse who made a whole video calling essentially me and Bad Empanada Nazis. I'm not even joking, it wasn't subtle. I can play some clips for you there.
The same slop over and over again, telling their viewers that watching these videos is praxis, actually, all while seeding their viewers with these right-wing beliefs, slowly indoctrinating them into right-wing conspiratorial thinking. That's why Cavernacle seems so threatened by what he calls the Nebula Elite, which is just straight up an anti-Semitic and anti-queer dog whistle. It's a train whistle. Those trains, the ones you're thinking of, he's so threatened by those people because he needs people to watch his content, because he's profiting off of it. If they go and watch better creators like Lindsay Ellis, or anyone pretty much, then they won't be watching his bullshit, his slop.
And it's another content creator who has lumped me and Bad Empanada together because for some reason we seem to drive the same people crazy, and they think we're like Wario and Waluigi. To them, we're a pair of anti-Semites using the issue of Israel to actually indoctrinate our leftist audience into anti-Semitism and fascism. It's wildly unserious. And for some personal context, I was actually thinking this. When I saw the clip of FD Signifier saying this shit about me, I was like, this sounds really like that Trash Discourse video. Like, I don't know if he watched that video, but at the same time, I thought we were cool. We collaborated in the past, and this is why, like I said, it's bizarre. We collaborated where I was talking to him about anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And it's very funny that everything he lists is basically something that is very associated with the Frankfurt School, like women's studies, like critical theory, critical race theory, all these things associated from the Frankfurt School.
Back up, because I feel like a lot of, because I had like heard this, but I didn't fully, I still don't fully understand it. But just assume I don't know what you're talking about. Give me like the Frankfurt School conspiracy theory like framework.
Okay, so to go back, because if I just say it, you would just think, oh, people just hate leftists. But we have to go back to like post-Bolshevik revolution, like Russia and Germany. So a lot of white Russians immigrated to Germany after they were overthrown, and they brought with them basically, we've been overthrown by the Jews, because a lot of Jews were more progressive in Russia because they'd been historically oppressed. Trotsky was Jewish, Karl Marx was ethnically Jewish, all this stuff. So they believed it was the Jewish conspiracy to take over the world, outlined in obviously the protocols of the Elders of Zion, that fake text about how the Jews are going to take over the world.
Good old, the classic stuff.
Yeah, and then that became a big part of Nazi Germany propaganda. Judeo-Bolshevism, communism is a tool for the Jews to take over the world and fundamentally destroy Western civilization. And I read a speech by Goebbels, which, although he's blaming a lot of stuff on Jews, he talks about how the Jewish communists are undermining Western civilization, the Western tradition. And I was reading it thinking, this sounds, if you take the Jewish part out, this sounds like Jordan Peterson. And that's what I've always said. The only thing Jordan Peterson doesn't say is it's the Jews. He says it's the Marxists. But for a lot of Nazis, Marxist, Jew, not much of a difference. You're either a Marxist working for the Jew or you're a Jewish Marxist. And then in terms of the cultural Marxism, what changes is the Frankfurt School were a bunch of Marxist philosophers who fled Nazi Germany, came to America, and just continued their work. And like you outlined a lot of it in one of your videos, like sociology is a big one, critical theory, critical race theory, liberalization of like sex and stuff like that. And to a lot of Americans, it was quite, part of that like cultural revolution in the 60s. And the thing is, a lot of Americans didn't even realize you know, they weren't directly influenced by the Frankfurt School going out and be like, oh, because this guy said this, I'm doing this. But it went very much in line with the ideas. And then about the 1990s, William Lind and I think like Jerry Fowler and some people involved in like the Heritage Foundation, they wrote this article about cultural Marxism. Basically like a broad brush that the legacy of the Frankfurt School was Marxists are now infiltrating everywhere to undermine Western civilization. Then Anders Breivik, the mass shooter in Norway in 2011, he wrote about like 600 times in the manifesto, talking about how cultural Marxism was importing Islam to destroy the West. And then Jordan Peterson essentially mainstreamed this, where loads of people now say it like it's not a big deal. Like it doesn't have a history of being insanely anti-Semitic. It's not very similar to Judeo-Bolshevism. And I guess I was helping to educate his audience about these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And we were meant to collab another time, I think a year later. We were just about to go live and then something came up on his end and then we just never did it. But I never thought we had any issues. And although I have had issues with him in terms of his silence on Palestine relatively, I have pretty much never said anything about him specifically because as someone who had a nice conversation with him, I was like, you know, I think his heart's in the right place. He makes good content. I don't think anything is going to be gained by going after him, especially when I know he is friends with and collaborates with people who are good on Palestine, right? So I didn't feel that was productive. So that's why I feel it's bizarre it's come back the other way. So like I said, maybe he has an issue with me calling out his mates in Nebula. Maybe he has a guilty conscience that when I actually said stuff like, you know, I'm talking about other people, not just the people in this video, he feels like I'm calling him out or whatever. I don't fucking know why he suddenly thinks that he should call me out in terms of my Palestine content. But before we get into that, just one more little thing. So I said to you before, Crash Discourse in their video put me and Bad Empanada together, and FD Signifier puts both of us together as well. He said this another time as well, that we're basically the same thing. Like I'm like a nicer version of him.
Tabernacle. I'll put him above Soy Pill. So what if Bad Empanada was less? I'll put him above Soy Pill. So what if Bad Empanada was less unhinged? Like Cavernacle also makes a lot of drama content. Empanada was less unhinged. Like Cavernacle also makes a lot of drama content, but still makes just straight up, like if I want to know what the online left is mad about this week, I watch Cavernacle. But Cavernacle still also does a lot of beating up on, like if I want to know what the online left is mad about this week, I watch Cavernacle. But Cavernacle still also does a lot of beating up on Nebula people, which again, I don't know. But Cavernacle still also does a lot of beating up on Nebula people, which again, I don't know. The old bread tube, I don't know. Maybe it's because I wasn't here like that for old bread tube. Or maybe it's because I started almost immediately as I became relevant reading black leftist stuff. I find beating up on ContraPoints of Philosophy Tube and H Bomber Guy to be really dumb. I get being critical of ContraPoints because like ContraPoints makes her presence more known when she has bad takes. So I get that overall, but it's also very parasocial to me, especially if that's not what your content is actively about.
But we have to remember, at this current time, FD Signifier is calling Bad Empanada like a groiper and a Nazi, while at the same time saying that I'm like a less bad version of that. When you're saying someone is a less bad version of a groiper and a Nazi, how do you think your audience is going to take that? Do you think they're going to think I'm a pretty principled leftist anti-Zionist, or do you think they're going to think I'm some sort of Nazi as well? But it's guilt by association, by no association. I have no association with Bad Empanada, and this is what is so funny to me, that I keep seeing people throwing us together. So let's go through the similarities. We have similar sized channels. We started YouTube at the same time. We've been consistent on hating US imperialism and Israeli imperialism and being anti-Zionist. That's the three things we share in common. But now let's get into differences. We have never collaborated, ever. We've never had a conversation, ever. Actually, we have had a little conversation recently. He was actually calling me out for my Israel videos this month, basically saying he was actually calling me out for my Israel videos this month, basically saying it was like helping Zionist propaganda. That's what he talked to me about recently. Also, he got mad that I said Argentina was a Nazi country. And that's what he talked to me about recently. Also, he got mad that I said Argentina was a Nazi country. His Twitter accounts constantly get suspended and banned, so I can't show you what he said to me. But here is evidence that these tweets did exist at some point. So our only communication ever is that if I said country, his Twitter accounts constantly get suspended and banned, so I can't show you what he said to me. But here is evidence that these tweets did exist at some point. So our only communication ever is that if I look at my audience breakdown, most of you guys don't watch him either. So I just don't understand why we are being put together, and it feels very, very lazy on the part of these creators who are putting us together to not distinguish between us. So now let's get into the actual problem, and my problems with Bad Empanada, which a lot of people have. Yes, I agree that Bad Empanada is pretty unhinged on Twitter. I have massively disagreed with his Twitter presence for the longest time. As someone who likes to troll on Twitter a little bit myself, or a lot myself, I think there is a line, and I think in terms of his content overall, although it probably draws eyeballs, I think going after like every single leftist creator, and he has streamed himself watching my videos criticizing me as well, he just hasn't uploaded it as an individual video, I think it's a wrong strategy. So for example, he probably has a lot of problems with me. He actually said that about my Israel video. But if he went after me in these attack videos, calling me like a liberal Zionist or something like that, I would think that's such a waste of energy, because yes, if you have critiques and problems with my videos, I'm all for hearing it. But the way he goes about it on Twitter, it gets so personal, and that makes everyone ignore his actual message, right? And that's why everyone has such a problem with him. And also, you know, he's been saying this stuff like Zog slave, Goy cattle, all this stuff, and he's trolling, and his point is this speech doesn't matter. And he would even probably say to this video right now, you're doing the same thing as FD Signify, you are policing speech on Palestine. And I'm not policing speech in Palestine, and in that I'm saying you have to stop this, or you don't actually believe in a free Palestine and shit like that. I don't really give a shit about most of what he tweets. I do think him going after like random small leftist accounts who haven't really done anything, I know a lot of them have, because it seems to be everyone who hates both of us is some sort of US military veteran, which is not surprising because we both hate Graham Plattner, going after every single leftist pretty venomously. I just think Twitter has kind of broken this guy's brain, and I do think there's a line. Like I said, I like to troll. I was saying stuff like the UK is a Zionist occupied government. I was saying stuff like Keir Starmer is a Mossad agent. I mean, to people like FT Signifier, they probably think I'm an anti-Semite for saying that, but it's clearly not got anything to do with actual anti-Semitism. But Bad Empanada just goes way too far in my opinion, and even him, which he said he regretted in the stream with FT Signifier, he's calling people like Black Red Guard like a Zog slave and shit like that. Like, not tone policing or language policing for me to say you shouldn't be calling black leftists in our space slaves, but he regrets saying that. But I think if you regret saying it, you'd probably more think about strategically what are you doing, because he is like enemy #1 for left, probably more slaves, but he regrets saying that. But I think if you regret saying it, you'd probably more think about strategically what are you doing, because he is like enemy #1 for leftists. But if you actually watch his YouTube videos, like on his main channel, or maybe watch his YouTube videos where he talks about topics rather than personalities, you probably wouldn't think he has this Twitter presence, which is like pretty unhinged and turns people off. At the same time, in terms of his general political positions on Israel, do I think Bad Empanada is an anti-Semite? No. Do I think he's an ideological white supremacist? No, I don't. And that is clear by his actual content. His trolling on Twitter and being edgy, it's so clearly just to get a reaction and just responding to the latest controversy to get people mad at him, which I think is just a stupid strategy, right? And I disagree with it. And people can find that offensive because often what he says is fucking offensive, right? I'm not going to defend everything he says. I don't have to defend it. He's his own person. But at the same time, I don't think he's an anti-Semite. I also agree that it's hard to take his points seriously, which often have a lot of merit, if he's wrapping it in this thing that pisses people off so much and aggravates people so much. At the same time, as I said with FT Signify in terms of me, his problem doesn't just seem to be in terms of our language, it's in terms of our actual content. So in terms of the Jewish supremacy stuff, right? Me and Bad Empanada aren't just saying this to get a reaction out of people. Like, we're actually describing the reality of what Israel is right now today, right? We're not just saying this to be edgy. We're not saying this to appeal to the far right. We're just describing reality. And FT Signify having a problem with that because it gives
机から離れるとホッとするな。どっかで昼寝でもするか。 武器は普段からいたわってやることだ。でないといざという時にそっぽを向かれちまうぞ。嬉しいことがあるときは1000杯の酒でも足りないが、嬉しいことがないときにも酒は欠かせない。机から離れるとほっとするな。どっかで昼寝でもするか。
Gives him a bad feeling. That's him having a problem with our political positions, not just the way we frame these things. And also, I find it pretty bizarre he has any issue with the way I frame these things. People who watch my videos, do you think my videos are going to radicalize anyone? I'm not exactly the most edgy person. I'm not exactly someone who really pushes the boundaries. I'm pretty mild-mannered. The thought of people getting radicalized by me, I've always found really, really funny. It's like the Trash Discourse video, who was basically saying I'm like seeding all these Nazi ideas in my audience through my pro-Palestine content and calling me like a pro-Palestine grifter. It makes me laugh so bad. Like the thought of someone watching my video and becoming some sort of neo-Nazi or even a neo-Nazi liking my video is really bizarre, but we're going to get into that point as well. So there's all the context for you. Pretty long-winded, but I thought I had to do it. But yes, Bad Empanada has said some bad stuff. Bad Empanada has said some bad stuff to black people online. Bad Empanada, in my opinion, should really, really think about how he wants to present himself going forward, because I think a lot of people obviously respect him. They like his content. He makes good videos. And even FD Signify and Noah Samson said that to him on his stream. But the way he presents it turns so many people off. And like I said, I like a little troll on Twitter myself. I like making a few jokes here and there at the expense of the online left and US left. leftist and all that shit, but I think there is a line you can easily cross where it's just detrimental to your overall message because you're just not getting the reach that you could potentially have. And now let's get into FT Signifier's problems with me. Not gonna lie, I was really pissed off when I first heard this. I think it's a really lazy critique, and I think he doesn't know, like I said, what he's even talking about in terms of my content specifically. But let's watch him. And one thing I want to just address before we even watch it, people seem to think that because he said he's not putting this on me too tough, that means he's not talking about me, which is stupid. Like, he is talking about me. He's just saying I'm not as bad. People saying you have no right to get mad because he's actually saying it's not you, but then continues to talk about us as a collective. He keeps saying they, about the pair of us, and then ends up saying he has screenshots of Nazis in my Twitter. I don't know why he's stalking my Twitter when he doesn't even use it. But yeah, I completely reject the people who are replying to me saying that seems to mean he's not talking about me. He is still talking about me. So let's watch the clip.
To also give a little more background, and I'm going to just bluntly break a rule and name a few names. And I was explaining how one thing that I think makes translating where me and Bill are difficult sometimes to our more radical audience is that a lot of the times when you first are hearing us talk, the people at the front of our mind that we're trying to address are very online leftists, and often very
terminally so.
Terminally white, blindly white online leftists. And the conversation, it's almost like you need to listen to us at two different frequencies. There's a frequency where are we making a solid radical critique of a thing, which I know I failed at times and Bill's failed at, I'm sure. But then there's like, does that critique make sense if you look at it, if you're also a person who watches, I'm gonna say bad empanada. I'm gonna say watches Tabernacle. And these are two people that I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed specifically with Bad Empanada, I'm not gonna put this on Tabernacle too tough, that they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide. The boy Bad Empanada is running around using legit Nazi terminology to insult Black people on Twitter. If you look into I'm not saying they've nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Tabernacle's Twitter feeds because there's a congealment of this energy, and when people kind of call that out, it becomes, oh, this is liberal Zionism. This is, you don't understand Jewish supremacy. And whenever I hear white people say anything supremacy, my alarms immediately go off. If I hear a white person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, when I hear Black supremacy, I hear alarms go off. When people try to say, oh, Farrakhan and even Umar's, as many critiques as I've had of them, these are Black supremacists. I'm like, oh, all right, break down the frameworks there for me. It's interesting, and I'm looking to hear from Carlos going forward. My initial response, I actually developed in part in a conversation from Carlos, because when I've heard him talk about Zionism, he talks about it as a white supremacist framework. And to me, that's cool. And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes, but as they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at.
So let's just break down what he said first, and people can correct me if I've got this wrong. So he's basically saying that me and Bad Empanada, and he is talking about me as well. He did say I have Nazis in my Twitter comments, which he's screenshotted for some reason. Me and Bad Empanada, we are very careless with our analysis of Palestine and our speech around Palestine and Israel. And that although we're not cultivating this audience, like trash discourse, that's the difference with trash discourse. They said, I am purposefully cultivating this audience. FD Signifier says it's an accident. We are creating these environments online where there's like a congregation of Nazis and anti-Zionists all in our communities together. That's what we're doing for our pro-Palestine advocacy. And he prefers, you know, maybe using the framework of white supremacy rather than talking about Jewish supremacy. We'll get back to that with my own takes on this stuff. And basically that when he hears this, it feels weird, and he should be able to call it out without people calling him like a liberal Zionist or a Jewish supremacist and stuff like that. What it seems like he's advocating for is some sort of self-censorship, in that we shouldn't use terms like Jewish supremacy when we talk about Israel. We should probably lie about it and say it's like just white supremacy and stuff like that, because I don't know, that would stop the Nazis from coming into our communities. And I have a massive problem with the fact that he called me careless specifically, because he's either extremely ignorant of my content, and let's put a good faith interpretation, let's say he is extremely ignorant of my content overall on YouTube specifically, or bad faith interpretation, he actually has problems with my content, specifically calling out Jewish supremacy. I want to get at this in two ways. So I want to first start with a bit of defense of myself. Not that I should really need to do this, but again, when someone who has 1 million subscribers is saying this shit about you, I think I have the right to respond, and thankfully I'm in a bit of a better mood today. This notion that I'm cultivating some sort of Nazi audience, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. If I think about my own Twitter feed, people have got angry at me recently. I have talked about Jewish supremacy, and I've talked about people like coddling like Jewish feelings when they're trying to talk about Palestine, and really having that in the forefront of their mind. I've spoken about this a fair bit over the years, and how they self-censor themselves because they're so worried about being called an anti-Semite. I've spoken about this for like years and years when it comes to UK politics. The worst thing in society is being called an anti-Semite, right? And especially in the UK context, where it's like this McCarthyist smear to people who talk about Palestine. And people like FD Signifier, in my head, they're constantly doing this. They're thinking about, how can I advocate for Palestine while also not pissing off people who will then call me an anti-Semite? If that is just like him being too wrapped up in liberal identity politics, or is it him being more cynical about his career? I was a bit harsher on that in my other video, but I'm just going to say it could be either of those things. It could be a combination of those things. Like I've been saying before, I've always been careful about my speech. I've always been very thoughtful about my speech on Palestine, but I'm also someone who's not going to self-censor and not call a spade just because I'm worried about my audience, I'm worried about hurting people's feelings. But this is what makes these people uncomfortable. And because American leftists, more than others, have been so influenced by liberal identity politics, they have this knee-jerk reaction, like FD Signifier was saying, is, oh, it feels weird. It feels weird you as a white man are saying that. And I don't know where the whiteness comes into this point as well. Like, you asked Palestinians, and we're going to read an article from a Palestinian, like what they think of what we're saying. I don't think they're really going to care it's two white Westerners saying it. So I don't understand what this point of contention is. A lot of people think that when white people and white leftists talk about Jewish supremacy, they're trying to kind of whitewash white supremacy, which is not what I'm doing. And the funny thing is as well, I've actually rejected Zog on multiple occasions. Zog isn't real in the context of the UK and very much in the case of the US, and it's just Americans coping because they're American supremacists. I actually said that on my Graham Plattner video recently, but now let's get into another part, right? So there are Nazis in my Twitter mentions, and that is actually proof. I'm fostering a Nazi community. So two things. I've only been back on Twitter for 2 months. Twitter is public. Anyone can reply to my tweets, anyone at all. And also, my notifications are off on Twitter apart from mutual. So I don't actually read most of the replies to my tweets. But even if I did, what am I meant to do about that? I can mute people, or I can block people after the fact. But often, with Bad Empanada fans, specifically recently in my mentions, who have been harassing me, I block them and they make new accounts. So it's like, I can't do anything. And on YouTube, if I ever see Nazis in my comments, I ban them straight away. But funnily enough, as I'll get onto, these Nazis are often calling me a Jew and a Mossad agent. So we're going to get into that now as well. So FD Signifier, like I said, is ignorant of my content because I have been pro-Palestinian for years and years. I would say me, Bad Empanada, Hassan, and a few others are the main leftists who have always been pro-Palestinian in our content. And also, I have made loads of content fighting against anti-Semitism. Like I showed you in that clip, I was talking to FD Signifier about that. Don't think he knew about that conspiracy I was telling him. And also, for the last 2 years, I've constantly called out the fascists who are co-opting the pro-Palestine movement to gain clout, whether that be Tucker Carlson or Jackson Hinkle. Here are two clips for you. Here's one of me in 2024. And that leads me into the first account I want to talk about. That is Jackson Hinkle. Now, if you are left-wing and you've been following online leftist politics for a long time, you know this guy is basically a guy who started off as a pretty general left-wing YouTuber and then started becoming more far-right over time. As a pretty general online leftist politics for a long time, you know this guy is basically a guy who started off as a pretty general left-wing YouTuber and then started becoming more far-right over time, talking about MAGA communism, and now he's just basically a fascist, right? And his politics are mostly motivated by anyone who opposes America is good. He's also supported Netanyahu.
You know who else has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu? Vladimir Putin has a very good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm actually happier. That for the sake of, you know, the multipolar world order, that he is in power right now compared to the previous coalition in Israel. Xi Jinping of the Communist Party of China has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu.
So yeah, this guy clearly doesn't care about Palestine, but if you go on his account right now and he has 2.4 million followers, everything he tweets right now is about Palestine, is about Israel, and a lot of it is stuff you would agree with if you are pro-Palestinian, because what he's probably doing is looking at various pro-Palestinian accounts, stealing their content, posting it on his own Twitter feed, and just hyper-focusing on what Israel are doing right now, which of course is absolutely fine, but when you actually dive into his politics, you know he is not sincere. Like, he doesn't support Palestinians, he doesn't like Muslims, he just generally hates Jewish people, and he hates the West. And he's massively grifting off this to make himself even more popular. And then I made that 3-part video on Professor Jang, where people were loving him for his anti-Israel content, but FT Signifier, where is your criticism? But FT Signifier, where is your criticism for all the leftists who platformed Professor Jang uncritically and invited him on to talk about Israel or promoted his points on Israel? Where's your criticism for that? That's actually promoting someone who's anti-Semitic. But someone like me who called him out straight away, apparently the Nazis loved that. Well, the Nazis didn't love it, so check this out. Professor Jang fans are all calling me a Mossad agent because I criticised his takes on Israel. More people name your channel the Shekel Knuckle. You're a Jew, aren't you? That 7k check worth that much to you. Hasbara must have been jumping for joy when they found dirt on the one guy providing decent analysis. Now propaganda machine of the Jews on track. Mossad agent detected. You gotta be a Zio if you're so concerned about this guy who predicted the US-Israel war in Iran. He's been correct about everything. You might actually be paid off for real. It's crazy you call yourself a leftist. No, we can't trust you. You paid off fucking Zio troll. How much does Israel pay you? It's not illegal to hate Jews or anyone else. The anti-Semitism card isn't working anymore. You paid off by Israel. That's funny. You are attacking massive anti-Israel voices who are bringing awareness to the horrific actions. We're in 2026, the time of attacking other anti-Zionist allies for ancient historical views, or calling people silly names is over. We must be more grounded and realize what time it is. So this is something I see a lot and I completely reject. So creating a broad anti-Zionist alliance from people across the political spectrum, I think, is obviously helpful. And changing the narrative on Zionism in America is obviously helpful. Professor Jang is not doing this, and Professor Jang's opposition to Israel does not stem from a principled anti-Zionist position. And obviously for myself, I've been an anti-Zionist on this channel for far longer than most people in the leftist space have even had YouTube channels. The people who've changed the conversation are left-wing anti-Zionists and Muslim populations in the West. It's not crazy unhinged conspiracy theorists and fascists. They are not our allies, and they have done little to change the conversation. These people are fringe, and you can tell who is an anti-Zionist because they are some sort of crazed conspiracy theorist or Nazi, and you can tell who has it out of either religious or moral principles, or for myself, a left-wing anti-Zionist opposition because of my opposition to settler colonialism. Seducing people with anti-Zionist rhetoric and then telling them that Hitler wasn't actually so bad, like Professor Jang does, and I've proved in my videos, do you think that's helpful to people? Of course it's not. You're literally using Israel to indoctrinate people into fascist rhetoric and fascist ideology. You're not indoctrinating them into something that is opposed to settler colonialism. You're actually rehabilitating the people who did settler colonialism before Israel was even created, like the Germans in World War II. So again, if FT Signifier seriously watches my content and thinks that Nazis watch me and then come to my Twitter communities to revel in the community I've created, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have made so much anti-fascist content. I've made so much content fighting against anti-Semitism, along with my pro-Palestine content, while calling out all the conservative grifters who have jumped on the pro-Palestine bandwagon. And again, like I was saying, you're calling out someone who's done this far more than you. So is it just like an ego from ignorance? I don't understand. I don't understand why you thought I was a good target for this. And if I'm being honest, if I was someone like FT Signifier, I would feel shame. I would feel shame I never said anything, so I wouldn't be tone policing people who do say stuff, even if I don't like that.
違法行為はしないように。他に何か言っておくことはあったか？ああ。違法行為はやめておいてくれ。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。 今のままでも悪くないかもな。これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。手頃で美味しい。
執務室でペットを飼おうかと考えたことがあったが、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて、犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？全部明らかになった。記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。 執務室でペットを飼おうかと考えたことがあったが、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて、犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？
違法行為はしないように。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど
他に何か言っておくことはあったかな。ああ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。
手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。
執務室でペットを飼おうかと考えたことがあったが、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて、犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？
今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に
執務室でペットを飼おうかと考えたことがあったが、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて、犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。
違法行為はしないように。他に何か言っておくことはあったかな。ああ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。
手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？
手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？記憶はまだ戻ってないけど今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。
違法行為はしないように。他に何か言っておくことはあったかな。ああ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメ。
違法行為はしないように。他に何か言っておくことはあったかな。あ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか。
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか。これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。
執務室でペットを飼おうかと考えたことがあったが、日差しすら届かない場所で暮らすなんて犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思ってやめたんだ。
記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。絶品グルメはいかがですか。これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか。 憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。記憶はまだ戻ってないけど、今のままでも悪くないかもな。手頃で美味しい。絶対に見逃せない絶品グルメはいかがですか？これで全部明らかになった。やっぱり俺が正しかったんだ。
Their exact language. I don't think FD Signify is actually a Zionist, by the way, but again, this whole rhetoric is only helping Zionism. It's not helping Palestinians in the slightest. So now let's get onto the Jewish supremacy stuff. So I want to start with my takes on it, and you guys can think about how much Nazis would love this or not, and then I'm going to move on to Mohammed El-Kurd, who wrote an article about this very recently, and then we'll talk about Jewish supremacy. So just to recap a little bit, because I've been speaking for a while now, he thinks Jewish supremacy sounds weird, and the framework better used is probably white supremacy. And I fundamentally disagree with this, not because I'm trying to be edgy, because it doesn't reflect reality. So here is a clip from one of my Israel videos this month, where I actually respond to people who have said that Israel is just white supremacy. It's not Jewish supremacy. There was differences between the militant factions fighting, and then it came to be that the socialists dominated the foundation of Israel and created, you could even call it a national socialist state. And unlike Nazi Germany, which was pretty much ruled by corporations and the elite, there was an element of truth to Israel being socialist. It was the socialist for Jews. And there were actually socialist movements in Palestine before Israel was founded. Jewish Palestinians and Muslim Palestinians in Palestine. Israel being socialist, it was the socialist for Jews. And there were actually socialist movements in Palestine before Israel was founded. Jewish Palestinians and Muslim Palestinians and Christian Palestinians working together. There was also this more dominant strain of socialism, which was, no, we want to create a socialist state for Jews. It's socialism for Jews, and there's obviously lots of kibbutz settlements after the foundation of Israel, which were socialist settlements, again, just for Jews. Bernie Sanders actually worked on one in his youth, which probably is why he has a positive opinion of Israel to this day. And obviously the USSR was the first country to recognize Israel, and they sent them weapons through Czechoslovakia. And basically, in the context of the 1940s, they saw this Zionist movement as something anti-colonial, because it was taking back what they saw as the historic homeland of the Jews from the British Empire and from like the various, you know, the Ottoman Empire and other empires that controlled it. And because sadly we lived in a very racist world where most people sided with colonial powers, especially after the war, they saw this as beneficial. And especially for someone like Stalin and the Soviet Union, having a socialist outpost in the Middle East, which is dominated at that time, 1948, by Western colonies, seemed like a good thing. Thankfully, the socialists obviously recognized that they did something wrong and they did turn against Israel. But like that was saying, the Ashkenazi Jews, they were from Eastern Europe. A lot of people who bolstered their ranks had actually fought for either socialist militias against the fascist occupation or the fascist invasion. Many actually came from the Soviet Union. But also, when we're talking about all the different ethnicities, when I show you a lot of these like slums and stuff, that is because of what the Ashkenazis did to the other groups. It says they were forcing them into these towns, focus on low-skilled labor. That's why you often have these places which aren't dominated by Ashkenazis, which do have more poverty, and why Israeli society has always been focused on this more white group of Israeli Jews. And I guess I saw a bit of a debate recently about, is Israel white supremacist or is it Jewish supremacist? And I think white supremacist is like an accurate term to use, because if you look at the legal definitions or like the legal rights of these groups, Jewish Israelis have more rights than other Israelis. That's just like a fact, and that is enshrined in the law. And it doesn't matter if they're white, it doesn't matter if they're Ethiopian, it doesn't matter if they're Sephardic or Mizrahi, it doesn't matter any of those things. In terms of the law, they are superior to other groups of people. And even in terms of if you're an Ethiopian Jew, you still serve in the IDF, you still expand this empire for Israel, and that will be to your benefit in some way, but it might not be to your benefit as much as some groups in Israel. So I can understand why people say the white supremacist stuff, because in many ways, the structure, the ethnic structure, can mimic European style racism, where yes, you have the white group at the top, and in terms of Jewish groups, yes, the African black group are close. to the bottom. But by and large, most of these groups have it better legally and economically than Arab Israelis, Israeli Muslims. There are some caveats with certain Arab Christian groups that fight in the IDF and stuff like that. But broadly, I understand why people make that kind of comparison, but it's not like the United States where the racial law, the apartheid system, or even South Africa, your legal rights as a white person were enshrined into the apartheid law, where Israel doesn't make that caveat for anyone. So it's more like reflective, I guess, of European attitudes from the 1940s, where, yes, a lot of these people who dominated Israeli society were very, very racist and prejudiced to people with darker skin. But you can't really say that Israel institutionally is a white supremacist state. It's a Jewish supremacist state. So what do you guys think after watching that? Do you think Nazis would gravitate towards that assessment? Do you think that inherently that's far-right coded? Do you even think I'm not just describing the reality? This is why I think FT Signifier is generally ignorant on the topic, because I can't believe you even having a problem with that. Like, do you actually watch that and start getting red flags and start feeling bad because a white person is calling out Jewish supremacy? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, come on. But like I said, Mohammed El-Kurd, pretty famous Palestinian. You might have seen him across left-wing media. I think he was actually on Jennifer Welch's podcast recently as well. And he wrote for Mondelweiss, Jewish settlers stole my house. It's not my fault, they're Jewish. But let's read this article for you. When we were growing up in occupied...
ついてこれるか？僕が制圧する。しついてこれるか？しっかりついてこいよ。
逃げたい？
えっか。しっかりついてこい。しっかりついてこいよ。よっ。ほっふっ。
もう行っちゃうの？ちょっとバービーったら、まだあなたから受け取ってないものが。たくさん。いいえ、あなたたちが来たタイミングはバービーの予言とほぼ一致してるわ。もっと遅くなるかと思ってたけれど。でも 話の前に軽く何か食べてきたら？ 違うの。私は耳がいいから、パイモンのお腹の音が聞こえただけよ。
今のはこいつの代わりになったんだぞ。おいらたち二人とも腹ペコだから。
安心して。魔女ともあろう者が遠路はるばる来てくれたゲストを空腹になんてさせないわ。さあ、クッキーもケーキも用意してあるわよ。
おいら、もう食べられないぞ。どれだけ食べてもなくならないなんて。
ああ、ナタの北条の国のよく食べる女の子のことかしら。アリスから聞いたことあるわ。もし彼女が来てくれるのなら、お皿は3、いや、7枚は並べておかないとね。
もう無理だ。おいらお腹いっぱいだ。さあ、本題に入ろうぜ。ごめん。
あなたたちはバービーが私に予言した課題を伝えるために来てくれたのよね。いいえ、バービーと話していたのは別件よ。月の大異変のせいで水裏の術が狂ってしまったんですって。だからしばらく静かな場所で修行するらしいわ。その間、私が代わりにみんなの課題を見届けるの。ついでに辞典に新しい課題を書き込む手伝いもすることになっているのよ。
担当者ってそんな簡単に変えていいものなのか？
できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。でもバービーとアリスったらこの話を私にする前に特別な課題を勝手に辞典に入れちゃったんだから。本当はそれを消してのんびり世界を観測していたいのだけれど、アリスはテイワットの教会を守らなきゃいけないし、バービーも修行に行くって言うから。オクタビアは帰ってこないし、ましてやレインドットなんて言うまでもないわ。魔女のみんなもそれぞれ事情があるから、しばらくは私が課題を監督するしかないの。 なのよ。最後にみんなで集まってお茶会をしたのがいつのことなのか、もう覚えてないくらい。とにかく、その特別な課題さえ終えれば、私の物語も正式に辞典に組み込まれることになるわ。そうすれば、ちゃんと世界を観測してみんなを導けるようになるから。旅人、パイモン、私に課題の内容を教えて。そうそう。これは予言ではなく、バービーとアリスが10分前にでっち上げただけの物語だから、あまり役に立つ情報は得られないと思うわ。
確かにそうだな。オイラたちがあの時点で見たのは複雑な課題じゃなかったし、というかたった二言だけだったぞ。
そう。前半の文はバービーで、後半は間違いなくアリスが書き加えたものね。じゃあ、早速今回の課題を始めましょう。まずは、さっきバービーと話したついでに、私のやるべきことを教えてもらったわ。責務を果たすっていうのは、それぞれの課題の場所に行って状況を確認する。つまり、実地調査をするってことよ。
そんなのありなのか？全然予言って感じがしないぞ。
あら、そんなことないわ。これは十分予言と言えるわよ。この課題はバービーが執筆したものだけれど、彼女はただ物語の最後のページを事前に開いて結末を教えてくれただけ。無駄足なんかじゃないわ。課題はあなたが伝えなきゃいけないの。この形式こそが重要なのよ。この手順を書いたら課題自体が成り立たないかもしれないんだから。そんなことより行くわよ。さあ、ついてきて。まずは、そうね。ここが良さそう。
もう行くのか？ちょっと待ってくれ。行くってどうやって？
はい、到着。この洗礼の庭はいい場所にあるわね。ほら見て。あそこが課題の出発点よ。 そうよ。先を急ぐために洗礼の庭をちょっと借りただけ。ここは地脈とつながってるし、普段は誰も使っていないから、すごく便利なのよ。それに、私と洗礼たちは、昔は天の使い、つまり、元同僚だったんだしね。たまに借りても、怒られたりしないわよ。まだそのタイミングじゃないの。もうしばらくすれば、詩人が遥か昔の唱歌を歌い、悠久をさまよう千の風を呼び戻してくれるわ。そう焦らないで。近いうちにあなたもその歌の旋律の一つとなって千の風に包まれるはずよ。でもその前にひとまずその歌を安らかな眠りにつかせてあげましょう。
ここは放浪寮か？
これでも一番近い洗礼の庭なのよ。大丈夫。私たちが探している課題の出発点もそう遠くないとこにあるから。
うわ！この狼たちいつの間に近づいてきたんだ？オイラたち悪気はなかったんだ。それにレザーの知り合いだし。
ええ。あのレザーという子は運命で定められていた戦いに見事勝利したわね。きっとルピカと一緒にいる限りどんな敵が相手でも勝てると思うわ。彼のルピカもきっとそう思っているはずよ。はい、ここもチェック完了ね。疲れたし一旦帰ってお茶を飲みましょ
う。うわあ！この扉いつ現れたんだよ。
このステッカーの絵、アリスが描いたものね。何か書いてあるわよ。課題の指導、お疲れ様。早く家に帰って温かいお茶でも飲んで。追伸、扉の向こうにサプライズが待ってるよ。家に帰る。見覚えがある扉だと思ったけれど、まさか。
また場所が変わったな。ここは。
あの日、アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って、急に部屋の鍵を借りに来たのは、こういうわけだったのね。ティールームならもうあるって言ったのに。導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。あなたたちも洗礼の後をついていったことがあるでしょ？洗礼が洗礼の庭に戻って初めてその導きは完結する。だから無理やり作られたこの課題に明確な終着点を用意するためにバービーとアリスはここに洗礼の庭を作ったのよ。 そうすることで初めて他の課題に干渉することなく、私の物語をみんなの物語の中に組み込むことができるの。ああ、似たようなものよ。どちらも前までは天の使いだったわけだし。まあいいの。だいたいそういう意味ってこと。小説を書くのと同じで、大枠さえ合致していれば中身の細かい部分は工夫次第でどうとでも辻褄を合わせられるのだから。とにかく私があそこに座ればこの課題は終わるはず。とはいえ急ごしらえの物語だとこんな感じになってしまうわよね。ハイヤがいればもっと簡潔で巧妙な物語を考えついたかもしれないけれど。もちろんそれも欠かせないわ。
急にこの課題も理にかなったものに思えてきたぞ。
そうそう、その感覚よ。この指導も無駄ではなかったようね。どうやら私の物語も正式に辞典に組み込まれたみたい。それでは今回の課題はここでおしまい。みんなのこれからの課題には正式なサポート役がつくから。それはまあみんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。できることなら私もみんなの課題の道中に宝箱を埋めていろんなヒントを仕込んで、みんながそれをたどって宝箱を掘り当てるのを見守りたい。それが私にとって最高に嬉しいの。でもバービーにずっと見張られてるのよ。はあ、実現する機会はなさそうね。ほら、宝箱を開けないと導きは終わらないわよ。辞典のためにも早く早く。ほら、宝箱を開けない。ちょっと、宝箱はこっちよ。 それでは今回の課題はここでおしまい。みんなのこれからの課題には正式なサポート役がつくから。それでは今回の課題はここでおしまい。みんなのこれからの課題には正式なサポート役がつくから。
ついてこれるか？
プ プルーネの課題、いや課題っていうより挑戦状みたいだぞ。小さな魔女ハンターさん、私を倒す方法は思いついたかしら。かっこよく挑戦の宣誓を叫んだら大魔王がやっつけに行くからね。間違いなくアリスが書いた文章だな。魔女ハンターって書いてなきゃクレイ宛てに書いたのかと勘違いしそうだ。プルーネはずっとアリスを敵視してるからな。こんな挑発を受けたらカンカンに怒っちゃうんじゃないか。プルーネには余計な部分を省いて伝えようぜ。
私に何を伝えるって？見せるのだ。
違うんだ。落ち着いて
話を。くだらないのだ。
意外と冷静だな。
あいつの幼稚な手口にはもう飽き飽きだぞ。大げさに見せかけてるけど、こんなの子供騙しの悪ふざけに過ぎない。叫べって言われて素直に叫ぶやつなんているわけないだろ。周りに変な目で見られるだけだ。私は騙されないからな。そんなの街中で、私は大バカ者なのだって叫んでるようなものだぞ。
私は大バカ者なのだ。私は大バカ者なのだ。私は大バカ者なのだ。
なんだあっちから私の声が。
ははは、自分が大バカ者だなんて叫んでるのはどこのドイツだ？
自分を大バカ者だなんて言ってて恥ずかしくないの？罰ゲームか何か？きっと子供の悪ふざけよ。騙されたおバカな子が言わされてるのね。
くそー、やめろのだ。
私 つけてブルーネ。壊さなくてもいいだろ。
もう
はいはいみんなあんな宣言をするなんて笑っちゃうじゃない。あ、おめでとうブルーね。見事に魔女の課題のスタートを切れたみたいね。今回の挑戦のためにいかにも儀式って感じの魔法空間を用意したのよ。けど魔法の読み込みにちょっと時間がかかっちゃうのが難点なのよね。そこで先生を読み込み中の効果音にしてあなたの士気を高めるためにリピート再生することにしたの。どう？気に入ってもらえたかしら？
私は大バカ者なのだ。私は大バカ者なのだ。私は大バカ者なのだ。
違う、それは先生じゃないのだ。早くこのふざけた効果音をやめろ。
あらあら、私の勘違いだったのね。でも効果音は挑戦魔法の一部なのよね。止めちゃうと挑戦を諦めることになるのよ。本当に？本当にいいのね。じゃあさようなら。また機会があれば。
待て、やっと捕まえたのに逃がすはずがないだろ。もうそのお前のポンコツ魔法は読み込みにどれくらいかかるんだ？
とっくに終わってるわよ。テイワットで最もドラマチックな場所、エピクレシス歌劇場の魔法模擬空間へようこそ。今回の課題は討論に合わせてこんな魔法空間を作ったの。結構よくできてるでしょ。真心をたっぷり込めて儀式感が出るように仕上げたんだから。
討論って前も私に乾杯してただろ。また恥をかきたいのか？
ブルーネったら 12歳レベルの議題に対して16歳レベルの聡明さを発揮するんだもの。あの時は驚かされちゃった。あなたが反論せずにはいられない性格ってことを考慮して、今回は絶対に論破不可能なテーマを考えてきたの。討論を素晴らしいものにするためには公平で公正な審査員が欠かせないでしょ。あなたたちなら適任だし、ブルーネだって反対しないはずよ。高いところにお座りのバイモン、特別観覧席はお気に召したかしら。
迫力満点だぞ。こんな場所に座るのは初めてだから、なんて言えばいいかわからないな。
じゃあ早く慣れてね。これからあなたの拍手と歓声が必要になってくるんだから。
茶番はもう十分なのだ。さっさと終わらせるぞ。で、テーマは何なんだ？
ズバリ、クレイは悪い子であるよ。これがあなたが反論するテーマだよ。もしクレイは悪い子じゃないって証明できたら、ささやかなプレゼントをあげる。
お前からのプレゼントなんていらないのだ。クレイはお前の娘だろ。そんなテーマ出すな。お前はとんでもない悪人だ。
カエルの子はカエルって言うでしょ。あなたが私を悪人だって決めつけるなら、私の子供は悪い子ってことになるわよね。
意義ありなのだ。そんなわけあるか。お前自身の品性や素行に問題があるのであって、それが遺伝するなんて科学的根拠はないぞ。それに重要なのは遺伝じゃなく育った環境だ。モンドの人たちはお前よりずっとまともだし、あの人たちに囲まれて育つクレイが悪い子なわけない。
でもクレイはお魚ドカーンが大好きなのよ。これは悪い子だっていう有力な証拠になるんじゃない？
それは子供だからしょうがないのだ。港の漁船だって魚を取るだろう。クレイはなんで魚を取るのはよくてドカーンはダメなのか、区別がついてないだけだ。
その割には毎回反省室に入れられても懲りずにドカーンしてるけど。
あいつは毎回素直に反省室に入ってるし、逃げようとしたことなんてないのだ。ちゃんと罰を受け入れて責任逃れもしてない。そんな子に悪い子なんてレッテルを貼っちゃダメだ。それに前回反省室に入れられてからのクレイは、お魚をドカーンしたいと口にすることはあっても、勝手にそれを実行に移したことは一度もない。最近のドカーンはあいつが信頼を寄せる人物がそそのかして甘やかしたせいだ。その人物とは 混沌の化身とも言える母親だ。
変
つまりお前こそ悪い子じゃない、悪い大人のレッテルを貼られるべきなのだ。いや、こんな子供みたいな大人がいてたまるか。悪い大きな子だ。
プルーネ、すごい気迫だぞ。見事に反論を決めたな。ここか。
だとしてもそれはクレイに悪気がなかったことの証明でしかないのよ。みんながクレイを悪い子じゃないと思ってる根拠としてはいまいちね。
減らず口を。じゃあよーく聞くのだ。これについてはお前は確実に反論できないはずだぞ。クレイは可愛いから何をしても許されるのだ。
そうだぞ。可愛いクレイがちょっとぐらいいたずらしたってオイラなら全然許せるぞ。とにかくオイラにとってクレイは悪い子なんかじゃないからな。
お前がクレイの悪いところを100個あげようと、私はあいつのいいところを101個以上あげられる。おもちゃを友達に貸してあげたり、遊びたくてもみんなが忙しい時はおとなしく待ってたり。何よりあいつは誰に対しても優しくて誰もがいい人だと思ってる。自分のママを敵視してる。私のことまでもな。とにかくあんなに可愛い子を悪い子呼ばわりするのは私が許さないのだ。
ママとしてその意見には同意せざるを得ないじゃない。それにずっと聞きたかった言葉がようやく聞けた。あなたは心からクレイを最高の友達だと思ってるみたいね。うちの子すっごく可愛いでしょ。それに言ったじゃない。あの子と一緒にいることであなたも幸せな気分になれるのよって。
何得意げになってるんだ。お前の悪ふざけのせいで私はわざわざモンドまで来る羽目になったんだからな。
クレイにこんなに素敵なお友達がついててくれるならこれからは心配する必要もなさそう。あなたたちがどう成長していくのか楽しみね。さすがにクレイも私と同じ年齢になる頃にはお魚ドカーンを卒業してるだろうし。
おい、ちょっと待つのだ。今回の課題はプルーネのクレイに対する真心をテストしてたのよとかしょうもないこと言い出すんじゃないだろうな。
大正解。それじゃ挑戦の結果発表まで飛ばしちゃいましょうか。審査員の先生お願いします。
5ブルーネの魔女の課題への挑戦結果は合格です。これより魔女の祝福を授けます。クレイと同じように健やかでご飯をたくさん食べて悩みは少なく幸せな子供でありますように。
あなたもクレイもとてもいい子でしょ。だからたまに間違ったことをしちゃったり わがままを言っても許されるのよ。
ありがとう。でもそれとこれとは話が別なのだぞ。私を子供扱いするなって何度も言ってるのだ。私が魔女ハンターだってこと忘れてないだろうな。和解するつもりなんか一切ないぞ。お前は負けたんだから、こんなぬいぐるみでごまかさずにおとなしく出てくるのだ。
今日はとっても楽しかった。また時間がある時にからかいに来るからね。バイバイ。
聞いてるのか？逃げるな！
一瞬で全部消えちゃったぞ。はあ、まったくアリスらしいぜ。
くっそー、絶対に見つけ出してやるからな。
しっかり。
人が集まってるぞ。なんかやってるみたいだな。行ってみようぜ。
しっかり。
はいはい。ペラペラペラペラペラ。 いしょ。
私はずっとその中にいる拒絶。
動くな制裁だ。
みんなは俺が守るか。そこよっとはっよっはっもっと激しくと。全力攻撃。
この心を持って天に帰る。
ど真ん中鈴の音を
そこはっ
私はずっとその中にいる神。
みんなは俺が守れ。
制裁だ。動くな
レッカよっとはっはっもっと激しくそこよっとふっ
しっかりついてこいよ。ほっしっかりついてこいよ。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
逃げたい。私がやる。いとく鈴の音を合図に。
大客、この心を持って天に帰る。
しっかりついてこいよ。
全力攻撃。
動くな、逃がさな、マークするのだ。
拒絶。みんなには内緒よ。
そこよ。しっかりついてこいよ。
みんなは俺が守る。
私がやる。鈴の音を合図に。
よっもっと激しく。
燃えろ。
反逆。この心を持って天に帰る。
くらえ。
ど真ん中。正解だ。
全力攻撃。
そこよっもっと激しく。しっかりついてこいよ。
動くな、逃がさな、マークするのだ。
私はずっとその中に。
みんなは俺が。
大 この心を持って天に帰る。
逃げたい？
えっかとはっしもっと激しく
星とし無事今日
しっかりついてこい。
私はずっとその中にいる。
そこよっとよっしゃえとよっもっと激しくはっよっとはっ
くらえみんながそばに
逃げたい。鈴の音を合図に
反逆
やっ
退却。
動くな、私がやる。
全力攻撃だ。
反逆、この心を持って天に帰る。
できた。よっとよっとはっせい。
マークするのだ。ど真ん中、逃がさない。
みんながそばに。
かとよっよっともっと激しくはっしれふっ
逃げたい鈴の音を合図に
みんなには内緒よ反逆
燃えろみんながそばに
できたよっとふっもっと激しくあっふっはっはっ
退却この心を持って天に帰る
全力攻撃
ど真ん中逃がさない
そこふっふっよっとしれよっはっしれはっよっとんはっ
燃えろ
動くなマークするのだ
みんなは俺が
みんなには内緒よ
できたよっはっんともっと激しくんあっとんそこへしっかりついてこいよよっ
反逆、この心を持って天に帰る。
鈴の音を合図に
全力攻撃だ。えっかとしっかりついてこいよ。みんなは俺が
拒絶、私はずっとその中にいる。
しっかりついてこいよ。
燃えろ。くらえ。みんながそばに。
ど真ん中くらえ。
反逆、この心を持って天に帰る。
えっかともっと激しく。そこ酒が入ってたら一杯分けてくれ。よっとよっとはっよっ好きなものがあれば持ってっていいぞ。 レッカはっともっと激しく
好きなものがあれば持ってっていいぞ。
しっかり
はいくらえ。みんなは俺が待つ。
天才だ。
みんなには内緒よ。
レッカそこチェーとよっと
戦利品か。冒険の褒美だと思って取っとけ。
しっかりついてこいよ。今回の片付けしっかりついてこいよ。しっかりついてこいよ。ついてこれるか。しっかりついてこいよ。よっしっかりついてこいよ。ほっとそれしっかりついてこいよ。ほっ
occupied Jerusalem, the people seeking to expel us from our neighborhood were Jewish, and their organizations often had Jewish in their name. So were the people who stole our home, scattered our furniture in the street, and burned. My baby sister's crib. The judges banging their gavels in favor of our expulsion were also Jewish, and so were the lawmakers whose laws facilitated and systemized our dispossession. The bureaucrat issuing and sometimes revoking our blue ID cards was a Jew, and I especially despised him because a stroke of his pen stood between my father and my father's great-great-grandfather's city. As for the soldiers that were frisking us to check for those IDs, some of them were Jews, some Muslims, but most of them Jewish. And all of them, according to my grandmother, were godless bastards. Those who administered the rifles and handcuffs.
世はいつも雨雲と共にある。月があれば故郷にいるも同じこと。
Those who wrote the meticulous and murderous urban plans were, you guessed it. This was no secret. We lived under the rule of the the self-proclaimed Jewish state.
法を治める前に心を治めなければ、すべては水面に映る月のごとく、触れた瞬間に砕け散ってしまう。
Israeli politicians have exhausted this line. And their international peers nodded along.
価格守りし先行よ、来たれ。洗い清めましょう。
The army declared itself a Jewish army and marched under what is called a Jewish flag. Jerusalem city councilmen boasted, taking house after house because the Bible says that this country belongs to the Jewish people, and Knesset members sang similar tunes. These legislators weren't fringe or far right. The Israeli nation-state law explicitly enshrines Jewish settlement as a national value to encourage and promote. Still, though, this was no secret. We were instructed to treat it as
暇だし、何かゲームでもしようか。
推理は世の断りの基本よ。興味のあるなら演算を教えてあげる。とっ
お月見しない？私のロッキングチェアを使っていいよ。月に行って月からテイワットを眺めるのもいいかも。
天候の荒波。戦輪は権限した。そう世を注
肉神じゃぞ。お仕置きじゃ。行こう狐戦を期待した。わらわが裁く。幸があらんことを承服反則じゃ。これが運命。私のせいにしないでね。人は手この船で書店を見尽くさん。あら残念。大凶よ。ずんだな。行こう。おきたに従いわらわが裁く。
げられた全てを失うはたまた手に入れる快貫けイカ様は気をつけて
創世の術一点あだ
やめないでください。
片付けましょう。そこ行け。
ご挨拶します。
やっはっ行けはっ巻き起こるならばじゃボーナスステージ西風に乗って出発。この札で書店を見尽くさん。飛べ幸があらぬことを承服。すべての技は私の手に。ずんだな誰かのために歌うわけじゃないけど、もし立ち止まって聴いてくれる人がいるなら、ほんの一瞬でも心の安らぎを感じてくれたら嬉しい。
のロッキングチェアを
星とし無事キョン。
月見しない？私のロッキングチェアを使っていいよ。月に行って月からテイワットを眺めるのもいいかも。
この童貞について
piece is the investment strategy, and luckily for us, it comes in two flavors: procurement specialist, prismatic, or gold. Here's how it works. Are pretty cool, actually completely break the run. While they give some cool effects, you only get to choose this the first time Silver Wolf becomes a 2-star. As such, we'll choose to ascend every time. But we will see one of these components later in the video. Let's understand what the heck is going on. Now this soul strat of course revolves around Super Wolf. In 4.2's Currency Wars, she's basically Cyrene 2.0. If you get a 3-star version of her, it's an instant win, just like you saw in the intro. So of course, the question becomes, how do we get 9 copies of 5-cost Silver Wolf? Before we get into that, I first gotta explain her unique bond, top player. When Silver Wolf hits 2 stars, she gets to choose between hacking components and ascending to the next rarity. These hacks, while they are pretty cool, actually completely break the run. While they give some cool effects, you only get to choose this the first time Silver Wolf becomes a 2-star. As such, we'll choose to ascend every time. But we will see one of these components later in the video though. Now, if you tried this yourself, you've probably realized that even if you do ascend her to 5 stars, you're still in with a 1 in 10 chance with 1% odds of getting a copy. So getting 9 is pretty much impossible in a normal run. And that's where the cheese comes in. This strat will require you to reroll your runs, which I know sucks, but the good news is that there's only 3 RNG checks, with only 2 of them really mattering. Even better is that both of the important ones happen at the start, so you can retry without wasting too much time. Now, once you get it, the run is in theory completely over, assuming you played well and don't get completely screwed by RNG. The first check is the investment environment, where we're taking old reliable, long-term gains. We're going to be refreshing a lot, so this saves us a massive amount of money. The second core piece is the investment strategy, and luckily for us, it comes in 2 flavors: procurement specialist, prismatic, or gold. Here's how it works. Once we trigger 5 or 7 refreshes, the leftmost unit in the prep area forces the shop to show only their rarity. So if we place any 5-star unit there, we suddenly turn our 0.5% chance into a 41% chance at seeing 5-star Silver Wolf. So this goes from being impossible to easily abusable. And as you can tell, this strat is way simpler than the stupid Avengering one. Low-key, y'all should go back and watch that video real quick to see the sheer amount of hoops we had to jump through back then. Now, you may be asking, can't we do the same thing for Cyrene? Yes, you can. However, Silver Wolf is significantly cheaper and easier to do for quite a few reasons. Firstly, we can access her 3-star version as early as Plane 2. Second, we get a free copy by ascending the purple version. And third,
表よ。全ての技は私の手に。店長君だよ。積んだな。見てて。真のhonkai。答え見つけてごらん。 星とし無事キョン星とし
所だと思いません？
違法行為はしないよう他に何か言っておくことはあったか？ああ、違法行為はやめておいてくれ。
ここは冒険者たちが活躍するのにぴったりな場所だと思いません？ステージ内まで荷を運べるし、もう売れるだろう。
俺の背中にメルジーヌが書いたステッカーが貼ってあったら剥がしてくれるかい？
ここは冒険者たちが活躍するのにぴったりな場所だと思いません
？Hacking components. Now earlier I did say getting these basically breaks your run, but that's for the blue and purple test. So with all that out the way, but after a few more refreshes, boom, 3-star Super Wolf. From there, just take some time to clean up the board. And after that, from there, just take some time to clean up the board. And after that, we're aiming to get every other 5-star. Prioritize Black Swan and Cyrene, and after enough rerolls, your board should end up looking something like this. So finally, we've beaten Currency Wars. Just make sure to increase the enemy's HP to 1000% and choose the prismatic difficulty in the encounter, because to 1000% and choose the prismatic difficulty in the encounter, and worst case, you can sell your team for another 60 to 70 coins. But after a few more refreshes, boom, 3-star Super Wolf.
犬や猫がかわいそうすぎると思う。
この同点。
From there, just take some time to clean up the board. And after that, we're aiming to get every other 5-star. Prioritize Black Swan and Cyrene, and after enough rerolls, your board should end up looking something like this. So finally, we've beaten Currency Wars. Just make sure to increase the enemy's HP to 1000% and choose the prismatic difficulty in the encounter, because they're gonna need all the HP they can get. Now, for the most important advice, which is crucial to run, it's to not put Bronya on field. She simply does too much damage and has infinite turns. Without Bronya, our run looks pretty normal and our damage looks something like this. If not without Bronya, our run looks pretty normal, does too much damage and has infinite turns. Without Bronya, our run looks pretty normal and our damage looks something like this. If not... And yeah, that's the entire video. Hopefully it was both enjoyable and informative. dramatic difficulty in the encounter, because they're gonna need all the HP they can get. Just like this.
試しといこう。
何かお手伝いできる？
封印解除。名刀の輝きを見るがいい。封印解除。名刀の輝きを見るがいい。封印解除。名刀の輝きを見るがいい。
Hey, Gognasia here. Eva is finally here, and not only was she already one of my favorite characters, damage that much, it's more other benefits that make going slow and nice. So attack boots aren't that crazy either because she's an elation carry. Also, more actions in a longer. Then you can aim for 200 to 240% crit damage pre-combat. It can even be lower if you're using Mushi, and that's okay. Speed can be base or 130 physical damage or attack for damage, attack or speed for damage, any orb with a priority on physical damage or attack for damage. Izumo is an okay alternative for the crit rate, but will be a few percent. I don't recommend her uptime. The main reason though is that most of her generation is from allies and Aha rather than her own little skills. If it does result in an extra ult, it's obviously good, but I don't recommend this set. And for planers, you'll just run Punk Lord. Sorry, no build diversity. Izumo is an okay alternative for the crit rate, but will be a few percent weaker. At least the main stats are a little interesting though. We have crit damage chest, any boots with a priority on attack or speed for damage, any orb with a priority on physical damage or attack for damage, and HP or death for defensiveness, any orb with a priority on physical damage or attack for damage, and HP or death for defensiveness, and then energy rope. But let's go into more detail. For guaranteed main stats, we have crit damage chest and energy rope. For the chest, it's simple. With crit rate, you're very likely to overcap or guaranteed to overcap in some cases, and so we take crit damage.
走って笑ってそして泣く、これがわらわの過ごしてきた日々じゃ。走って笑ってそして泣く、これがわらわの過ごしてきた日々じゃ。
For the robe, energy scales guaranteed to overcome.
そういえば最近で忘却の庭に
後を残さ分析した実行に侮れ運試しと行こう後を残さじゃう一層行こう狐掟に従いわらわが裁く
買いだ
木は渦中にありお仕置きじゃ幸があらんことを承服積んだなできちゃ守ってみる足置き
当たりだ好きに使ってくれサイは全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか気をつけて買いだ
人は天この札で書店を見尽くさんあら残念大凶よ反則じゃできちゃ火花のみんな終わりが来るまで踊っちゃおう行こう狐先生掟に従いわらわが裁く
気をつけて買いだ
幸があらんことを承服積んだなできちゃじゃう一層行こう狐先生掟に従いわらわが裁くコンプラ違反だよ
気をつけて
守ってみ
全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか買いだ
遊び足りぬかお仕置きじゃあら残念大凶よ豪華ギフトあった反則じゃできちゃ
イカ様はなしだ気をつけて
人は天命この札で書店を見尽くさん幸があらんことを承服積んだなできちゃ行こう狐先掟に従いわらわが裁く
買いだ
さらばじゃ配信スタート
んであげ好きに使ってくれ。気をつけて。サイは投げられた。全てを失うか、はたまた手に入れるか、買いだ。
あら残念、大凶よ。豪華ギフトあったー。反則じゃ。よいしょ。お仕置きじゃ。行こう、狐先生。掟に従い、わらわが裁く。
マスク研修開始。
幸があらんことを承服。積んだな。
気をつけて。
コマンドコピー。
ちら邪魔する気？私もじゃういっそう。
確認完了。消化中ミューテーション。
僕が出そう。
人は天この札で書店を見尽くさん。あら残念、大凶よ。反則じゃ。行こう、狐。掟に従い、わらわが裁く。幸があらんことを承服。積んだな。
捕食実行バイトミューテーション。
コンプラ違反だよ。
気をつけて。
実行願うわ。
お仕置きじゃ。火花の終わり枕まで踊っちゃおう。コンプラ違反だよ。また尺が。さて
コマンドディスアセンブ。
そういえば最近デイさんと話してないな。何してるか見に行ってみよう。
カ盛りマシマシ。
ご自宅に眠るお宝はお金にしないともったいない。